All right, I think we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel. This is an early broadcast, and it may be a longer one than our usual 30-minute podcast. The entire reason is today we're going to play the first battle of the Rainbow Tournament, which is essentially a competitive Kriegsspiel tournament. I think today is going to be a 2v2 or a 3v3 battle, and I'm going to pop back up into the channel where everyone is gathering. We're about to begin, and we'll kind of let things roll from there. I will narrate as we go if there's anything of note that needs to be mentioned. And it should be a pretty interesting experience. So hang on to your hats, folks. It should be a fun ride.
The ah Morning, Sam. All right, yep, we're gonna have a 2v3. I will have to make a couple of quick mods.
Alrighty.
All right, Sam, are you here to play this morning?
He's muted. There he is.
Yeah, I'm here to play.
Okay.
But I'm on my phone, so I will need a minute.
Yep, not a problem. That gives us a 2v3, and I will. All right, and that is going to be Jan and Portal will be in the blue team. If y'all want to go ahead and drop down into the blue um, briefing, the blue one or something,
Yep.
and then uh, Marshall, Sam, and Foxy, y'all are going to be the red team. If y'all want to go and drop down into red, Sam, I'm going to have to take a second and get your division spooled up. All right.
All right. Here we are. All right. So everybody watching the live stream, we are now in our room. I'm joined by Desert Fox and Sam Miller, who will all three be working together as a team to defeat uh, Jan and Portal. We outnumber them. However, I'm sure they have other advantages that will balance out the disadvantage of being outnumbered by humans. Specifically, things have to be balanced because this is a tournament. So we want everything to be fair. So we should receive our specific side briefings shortly.
Hello.
Hello, Felix.
So we
Hello.
are going to play on map 4, which is very unusual. As you can see on the bottom right corner, there is I don't know if you can actually see that, but on the bottom right corner, there is the outskirts of the city of Metz. And your objective is to take the approaches to Metz, specifically the area of Moulin-le-Metz, which is in the quadrant D5. There's a village called Moulin-le-Metz. And your additional objectives would be to take the bridge to Metz, the railway bridge, and the ferry. but mostly you are to secure the roads to Metz, so this Moulins-le-Metz area.
All right.
Your starting positions are already set. So, Marshall, you will start in quadrant A3 in the village of Verneville.
Okay.
Foxy, you are in A4 in the village of Bagueneux. And Sam, you will be A5 all the way in the bottom, basically coming on the big road onto the map there. Do you have the map, Sam, or do you need a link?
I will need to.
Sorry.
You'll need a link, I think he was saying.
Okay. I will see if how I can get that. So yeah, you should know what troops you have. Each of you will have 3 baggage trains with you. And otherwise, unless there are any questions, I will leave you to plan your approach, and I will try to get a map for Sam.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. Is that you, Desert?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Well, I don't know where they're starting. But we actually have two ways of winning. One is to capture and hold the objectives. The other way of winning is to destroy the enemy forces. Um, hmm. I have no idea where they're going to be. I don't know what our order of battle is either.
So I don't have the module. Could you guys, one of you share your screen?
Well, I can share my screen at this moment, but I won't be able to share it during the game because of the fog of war.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
yeah, you're gonna need to get the module. I can share my screen now, so I'm sharing it. You should be able to see it. Do you have a copy of the map? The module
Uh,
should be in the Rainbow Tourney chat. Let me see here. Yeah, Rainbow Tourney. Yeah, it's right there. It's in the Rainbow Tourney live gaming. So go to live gaming in Discord. Go to Rainbow Tourney, and it's right there at the bottom of the general
I
chat
see
for
it
Rainbow Tourney. Okay,
right
that's
now.
okay. So I imagine we probably want to concentrate um, prior to meeting them, at least be in close communication with each other. Let's see here. There's a road I can take here to the south, get around these woods, and then we can concentrate here in the south end of the map. That would put Sam in the lead, and then you behind Sam. I could also
So
follow directly to the south, and then we'd be in a long train. But then when we
I have
reach.
all cavalry, by the way.
Oh, wonderful. Well, shoot, why are you in the
Or,
position you're in?
I should say all mounted.
Mountain or mounted?
Mounted. 2 blocks of light cavalry, 3 mounted infantry, 1 of light guns.
Wonder.
Yeah, I have a British division. I have 4 trained infantry, 1 normal artillery, and 1 cavalry brigade with militias.
Okay. I don't even remember what I have, but it's pretty standard. It's very vanilla, very stock. Um, do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
That's probably a good plan there. Concentrate us quickly, and then we move into the area of operations. We should put our cavalry out front, but otherwise, Sam, with you being the lead formation, you should probably command the operation, and then I would be the reserve coming in last.
Yep.
Do we?
Uh,
Do you want to command the operation, Sam?
I can do it if you want.
Okay, go ahead. You're the commander in chief. All right, we'll follow your directives.
Um, but which arrow am I?
The big one here in the south, this one. I'll change my color here. This is you, Sam. So this is your arrow.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Sure. But
But I think
if you want a different, you can choose a different route. You're the commander. You can pick what route you want. You can pick any of them.
yeah, I just take the northern road.
Okay.
But probably they will be in some defensive position, I think.
Yeah, they probably will be. I don't know where they'll set up. Here's a great position, but it's kind of out of the way. If we had time, I would almost suggest we go around like that. But I don't think we have the time to do it. That would be amusing. Or we could send the cavalry to do it. All right, let's check the YouTube and live chat. Okay, nothing on the YouTube right now. That's fine. It's a little early. Oh, I do have some cavalry. And then here's my headquarters. All right. This is my order of battle here.
I will be AFK for 5 minutes.
Okay, Sam. All right, there we are. Let's see here. Those are going to be my initial orders.
Do you mind adding my units on there? I'm having issues with
Okay,
Steam.
what do you want me to do for you?
Add my units.
Add your units. Okay, hang on here. Let's see here. I'm trying to take a screenshot. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, I guess not. I'll have to type this in. Order of march.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, let's see. So, I don't know what your order of battle is, Foxy. You'll have to tell me.
Yeah, I have 2 light cavalry, hussars.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's copy. All right, let's put those down. Okay.
Then 2 mounted infantry with 1 light gun.
I have no idea how they're representing that. 2 mounted infantry with 1 light gun, huh? Copy. Yeah, I have no idea how they're doing that. Those should be cav blocks. And then a light gun. Okay. Here we go. You know what? I think I'll pull over these cav blocks instead. These blocks are inadequate for this purpose. Okay, go ahead.
And another mounted infantry.
Okay. Okay, so there you have it. Alright, no regular infantry then. Okay. Alright, that's what you have, and then you should have a supply column. I would imagine.
Yeah, I think it was 3 wagons.
Okay. Copy. And this is going to be your avatar. Okay. And you'll have those. So what do you want your order of march to be? Well, you'll type
Uh,
that in.
the,
Type that into your chat, like I did mine. Just type it
okay.
into the chat, and then you'll tell them what your orders are. But again, once we start rolling, you'll be on your own map, and I won't be able to share my map.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. zoom back in on this so you can look at it.
Hello, how is it going? I see I already have orders from Marshall and Sam.
And Desert is getting squared away, but I think he's going to be between us in the march, but I don't know. I can't speak for him. He has to tell you what he's going to do. Also, he has mounted infantry versus, I guess you guys would have that recorded on the pieces, which is what?
Yes, we do. So
Okay.
they have special things, the mounted infantry. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then light guns as well. Obviously, will be a little bit different than the standard guns. Slightly less range, slightly less damage.
Yeah. Now, what exactly is the win condition? Do we simply have to take and hold the objective for a certain number of turns? Do we simply have to touch it with a block? I'm not sure. Can we just destroy the enemy and ignore the objective? Uh, Knowing this would help.
Yes, I will ask Heinz to come here and answer that question for you because I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so I think then Desert Fox is typing up his orders, and then I think we're good to go from your side. Or are there any other things except for the question of the objective?
No, other than that, I'm ready to start myself. Sam will be in command of the operation on our side.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Then I will leave you and see if I can get you, Heinz.
Nothing like playing Kriegsspiel with the sound of domestic chores in the background, I tell you. Good thing my wife doesn't watch the live streams. Okay, Desert, are you squared away yet?
Yeah, orders in.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Good luck.
You too.
Of course, all this is being live streamed to YouTube as we speak. So, it's part of the Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel podcast, which is supposed to be on in 30 minutes from now. But because I'll be doing this, this will replace that. I have to do so much video stuff. I have to create a video tutorial on how to make pieces. Got a comment yesterday via the feedback form asking for that, so I'll have to do that too. Probably, maybe today, I don't know, probably.
Eventually, I wanted to make my own custom pieces for this.
Yeah. It's relatively simple in Paint, but it's a little time consuming because you got to do it all by hand. If you have more sophisticated software, or even just using the right template in GIMP or Photoshop, you can do it pretty quickly. But I don't have that ability myself. I don't have those skills. I could learn them, but Photoshop is 20 bucks a month, and I don't think I want to pay $20 a month for Photoshop. So, yeah, I'm not so sure. Although I might end up having to do that if I get into the business of making physical Kriegsspiel pieces. I'll need the Photoshop template to tweak colors and customize units for players. So we'll see.
All right, morning.
Good morning, Heinz.
Yep, I was getting blue all set and getting Sam's stuff locked in. Everything's good. Okay. So Felix said you guys had a question.
Yeah, on victory conditions, how do you win? Do we just have to like touch the objective? Could we just defeat the enemy in the field and not worry about the objective? Do we have to hold the objective for 3 turns or whatever? That's kind of what I want to know, please.
Sure. So for objectives, so that you kind of understand the whole scenario, your army defeated a blue army uh, kind of day before yesterday situation.
Okay, no,
Your divisions weren't involved. That's unrelated to this battle. But you have an army that is coming up and going to follow up to capture Montigny Les Metz. Your objective is to seize and hold the route to through Moulin Les Metz.
right?
And secondary is if you can the when I say capture the bridge and or the ferry, I mean you need to have troops on on the far end of it,
Okay,
so that anybody that basically so your army doesn't have to do an assault crossing against blue.
right.
That's by capture. You need to have troops on the other side of it so that when follow-on forces arrive, they can cross instead of
Hmm.
having to assault across.
But that's secondary. The key objective is Moulin Les Metz.
The key objective is Moulin-Lamette so that your army can be prepared tomorrow to make the assault of the Moselle.
Okay, got
But
it.
yep.
Okay. All
And as far as what you know about Blue, you know they have divisions in the area of Metz, and that's about it.
okay.
You think that maybe 2, possibly 3 divisions in that area.
Alrighty.
All right.
What's the difference between the dragoons and the hussars?
Dragoons are like mounted infantry. They have muskets, usually like carbines. They tend to be shorter, so they don't have the same range and accuracy as an infantry musket. But they have them. Hussars are light cavalry. Their primary weapon would probably be a saber, and they're a little faster. I mean, dragoons would be pretty quick too. Um, then you have lancers and cuirassiers. Lancers are armed with lances, which gives them an initial advantage as shock troops, and then it's kind of a disadvantage, but they probably have sabers as well. And your cuirassiers are like hussars, but they have armor breastplates. They're probably bigger men on bigger horses too, but they have armor breastplates, so they can, easily take on hussars and have an advantage against them and most other mounted troops. So they're kind of like the heavy shot cavalry of the Napoleonic era's cuirassiers. So yeah, your hussars are light cavalry armed with sabers, and your um, dragoons are cavalry armed with muskets, and they would dismount to fight.
Gotcha.
right, we're still standing by for an initial report, and here is Felix.
Yeah, it's not the initial report yet, unfortunately. I just want one general thing from all of you, if you want to keep your columns together or if you want the bigger parts to go ahead. So just let me know.
That's up to Sam, he's the commander.
I'll go ahead of the column.
Okay, so you want the quicker parts to go ahead and the rest to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's what the others are going to do as well, or?
Yeah, my column will stay together in my order of march. I'm at the tail end anyway. But
Okay.
yeah, no units will right ahead. Let's just stay together.
Okay.
My columns should all be mounted so they can all stay together.
Well, the wagons might not be able to keep up with
In that
forces.
case, leave the wagons behind.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Alright, the umpires look like they're on the move, so we should be getting our briefings and updates very shortly. It's been just about an hour since the initial setup time. But hopefully once things get moving, they move more quickly. And we're 11 minutes away from the official time of Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel. They move more quickly. And we're 11 minutes. Still standing by.
Desert Fox, can you switch to another channel?
All right, we are now all in our own channels. Felix, our umpire, is giving everyone a briefing. Looks like John is also down here briefing, so one of the two will probably brief me. But my briefing is less important because I'm at the tail end of the column. We can erase our markings. So next thing you know, we'll be moving our pieces. We're going to go ahead and move Desert's formation off map. And we're just going to concern ourselves with our own units now. All right, no update as of yet. Hey Dave, good to see that you're here. We are still waiting to kind of begin the game. We're all set up. I think we just started. I'm at the tail end of my column though, so I don't have any information yet. Our objective is to take and secure Moulin-le-Met right here. So we'll see how that goes. Sam Miller is in charge, so hopefully his rash manner of play will benefit us. We'll see. And it's a 3-on-2, so I imagine they have some natural benefits, plus they're playing on the defensive. Although I think I would rather play offense, so. Looks like John is helping to umpire. Sam and Desert are getting a briefing. I am not getting anything. But again, I'm at the tail end, so there's not much for me to know or do other than to follow. Me too, Dave. Dave says he's sure it'll be a bloodbath with surprising and dashing cavalry maneuvers with Sam. He's excited. Yeah, we'll see. Sam does like to attack. I like to attack too, but I prefer to be a little more judicious. Not much more, but a little more. But we'll see. See if this pays off. Standing by. Hmm. did think this would be a little faster pace. Man. Guess I can read news in the meantime. Or other channels on the IKS Discord. I don't know. I don't know if you're still here, Dave. It is a very quiet game. I haven't even had a first update. In the meantime, I'm trying to clean these glasses so I can see. Unbelievable. That's the excitement, huh? Hey, there's an update. Okay, all it indicates is that I've reached the town of Gravelot, Gravelot, whatever that is. That or my formation is around there. Let's take a look. Let's open this. Open
Hey,
original.
Marshall.
Hey, Felix.
You have arrived at the village of Gravelot and have reached the end of the second division baggage.
Okay.
I don't assume you have new orders.
No, I do not. Just continue the march.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we are roughly there in that location. So my first choice is going to be which of these roads. It might be dictated to me, but if it's not, I'm going to have to make an executive decision if I want to go this way, or this way. No, they didn't forget me, but yeah, I was starting to wonder for a minute. All right, still standing by. Hmm. I can't imagine they have that much to resolve. When moving pieces in Kriegsspiel, especially if the units are far apart, it's enough to just move the lead element, and then everything else can just kind of catch up. But until you have first contact, it doesn't really matter that much. You can even just count. When I run games, I usually just run them to first contact because there's no point in moving 3 or 4 spaces, stopping, letting everybody change their orders, and then move another 3 or 4 spaces. It doesn't make sense. There's no new information, there's no contact, so there's no reason for people to change up their orders once they've settled on their plan. They'll send dispatches to each other. It becomes unnecessary mail, junk mail basically, that you have to deliver. Again, not worth it. So my advice is just fast forward to the point of contact, and then let the game proceed in its normal turn cadence from then on. Still standing by, waiting for an update. We are on a road march to the area where we expect to encounter the enemy, maybe around this disused quarry, which should be around here. We're just not sure. I am in the reserve. I'm in the rear of the column. So we'll be waiting to see. It's a very slow start. Alright, we're still standing by here, waiting for something to happen. Gonna be making additional videos here pretty soon. One on how to make pieces, and might share some of our memes of Kriegsspiel, just for fun. So we have some cute memes. Some are pretty funny. Let's see here. I probably will also do one that goes into detail on how to do the K22 system. So, okay, I just got my 7 a.m. update. So this is after an hour of marching, theoretically. Most of our games traditionally begin at 7. And I am now here entering these woods here. My column then would be behind me more or less here. So, there we have it. Alright. We'll erase this line here. I don't think we need it any longer. And we'll just stand by. I don't know if Felix will pop in or not. Doesn't need to, but he might. Just let him know there's no changes. went and got coffee, but I don't have to be conscious for this. I don't know why I'm drinking it. Okay, so I have a dispatch. We encountered enemy forces south of Quarry. Desert, meaning Desert Fox, is another one of the players. Will engage them because he has superior numbers. Sam says he's continuing to the objective. So, as expected, the enemy is encountered around the quarry. Let's see, south of the quarry. So,
Hey, Marshall.
hey, how's it going?
Good. I assume you have no new orders?
Nope, no new orders. There's nothing
Okay.
going on.
Yes, that is true.
All
See
right,
you later.
thank you. Okay, and we do continue here. So at some point, I think we're going to reach this crossroads here, and we're going to have to make a decision which way to go. Okay, I think of importance, this here is great for an observation post, as is this one here. And if the enemy is in this area here, one way to go at them would be to come around this way. Another way would be to come around this way. And the idea being, if he has elements here and he's limited in his numbers, simply destroying an element of his formation would be enough to give us the advantage in numbers. And if we stay concentrated, he'll have a hard time beating us then. So that's something to keep in mind. But the enemy is here, south of the quarry, which is here. So this is roughly this area. So they're probably rolling some combats. So they got some maneuvers and some combats to resolve, which means that it'll be a little bit before our next update. But here we have it. So I have Sam continuing towards the objective. And then I have Desert here going towards the enemy. And here is me, Marshall, right up there. You guys probably don't know what the S, the A, and the D mean. Okay, so there we go. And the enemy. Writing names in here as much for clarity as to spend time. There we go. That looks like a EA enemy. What is that? Enemy. That looks so sloppy. Of course, it all looks sloppy, but that'll do. Okay, so the question today is, how's the game different compared to yesterday's bigger battle? A number of ways. First of all, the two sides are roughly balanced for sure because it's a tournament scenario. It's 3 versus 2, so it's smaller. And we're using a different system. We're going back and we're using our old brigade system, I believe, to resolve the combats, which is different from the system of combat resolution we were using yesterday, which was Otto's system. And all of these are distinct from the new system I'm developing, which is the Kriegsspiel 22 system, which personally I'm quite fond of, but we're not seeing it used very much right now because I'm the one that's running it, and it's still in beta development. But I like my system because I think it's pretty fast. You group the units together, you determine the relative strength of the two sides. It's a mathematical calculation. You choose the correct die, you roll one die, and then the two formations have that consequence applied to them, and then you go on to the next grouping, and that's it. So it's group, roll, and apply, and you're all done. So it's a very fast system. The problem with the brigade system is each individual block throws its own die and suffers its own consequence, and one of the problems with that is you end up in the situation where you get what I call tit for tat, where one block wins and the neighboring block loses. Everything tends to average out over time after all its dice. And so as a consequence, you end up with, basically both sides just kind of steadily grind each other down at the same rate. It does, of course, mean that maneuver and positioning and teamwork are more important, which they should be. But even then, you can have the best maneuver situation or the best teamwork situation, and you're still going to lose half of your combat statistically because just the way the dice work. Units have quality ratings so that dice will roll better than average in their favor, but even then, the enemy has the same thing going on. So in the end, it all averages out. So that's the big weakness of the brigade system. So Kriegsspiel 22 deals with that directly. Whereas I don't know what Auto System does. I have never umpired it. He's using, gosh, I think they're 16-sided dice or maybe 20-sided dice. I think they're D20s. I don't know. But Auto System handles things a little differently. I keep the D8s of the brigade system, but everything is kind of odds based. So more powerful units and stuff, they are going to throw the better dice. Basically, I shouldn't say units, I should say formations, because again, we group the two formations in battle. So all the friendly units on one side that are firing in a single exchange, and all the units on the other side. Also, the time scale is different. My game, Kriegsspiel 22, moves in 5-minute increments. This game is probably moving in a 15-minute increment, maybe even 20. I don't know. And I think it's 15. And auto system is a 15-minute increment, whereas my system, Kriegsspiel 22, is a 5-minute increment. Plays a lot closer to original Kriegsspiel. Auto's system uses a D12. Okay, there we have it. So Otto tells me, what if Otto on the YouTube is the same person as Otto in the game? That's great. Anyway, if you're not the same guy, Otto, you need to come play. You need to play. All these systems are great. They all have strengths and weaknesses. Brigade system is well, let's see here. I mean, you've got the SoCal system, which we really don't use at all anymore. That's probably the most simple system. It's essentially free Kriegsspiel with D6s. And the D6s are there so that you have some objectivity in results. Otherwise, it plays very fast, and you can have a few umpires and a bunch of players and still kind of get through a game. But it has a lot of limitations because it's so streamlined, so simplified. Then you have the brigade system, which is more complex than that and takes into account some original probabilities from the original Kriegsspiel rules in making its dice. But we found after enough experience that that has limitations too. So that's why we have all these different systems. Auto system, which again I haven't really looked under the hood, but his system seems to be a little more complex. However, I've played a couple games with that system and it feels fine, which is really kind of the most important thing. If the players, the players don't need to worry about what system is being used. The players just need to know or experience that everything kind of is working the way it should, that things should feel natural, if you will, and it works. And then Kriegsspiel 22 is supposed to be a fast-paced version with complexity in the right areas, but not in the wrong areas. You can add so much minutia, so much complexity that the system bogs down under its own weight and it's no longer fun. It might be very historically accurate, like you could sit there and track individual ammunition, individual soldiers. You could track the type of weapons that they're using, and you could sit there with the ruler and measure the precise range and average in the average accuracy for that range and the hit rate. And, I mean, you could do work for days. And you could even pre-crunch some of these numbers and have these monstrous tables that you can consult for each combat and then roll a little die to have some variation. You could do all that, and that would give you a relatively historic system. The problem is it takes so long to do all of that homework that the game would move really slow, kind of like it's doing now. And the crazy thing here is we're using Brigade system to resolve this game, and it's moving very slow with just 5 players and 3 umpires. I don't know why or what's going on. Sometimes umpires like to talk amongst themselves. Maybe there's a lot of rules or things that are being decided. Maybe things are particularly complicated. I don't know why it's taking so long. But this here should follow a 10-minute cadence, these turns. Given kind of the ratios and the numbers we have. It's not happening right now. I don't know why. But again, you always want to balance things out. Everything's a trade-off, as it is with all gaming. At the end of the day, it's important to recognize that Kriegsspiel is more an approach to running a real-time double-blind war game than it is a system itself per se. Even the Prussians, the original inventors of Kriegsspiel, once it got past von Rieswitz Jr., it really was just treated as a system or a way of doing things, almost a philosophical approach. But it really was. It was a functional approach to run a double-blind war game in real time. I shouldn't say real time, but a double-blind war game. And the exact rules that you use to resolve things don't matter that much. You just have to feel right. Otto tells me I'm always welcome to come umpire his games. I'll make sure to brief all of the umpires on how the dice works next time I host. So it looks like Otto here is the original Otto. That's great. Good to see you, Otto. I didn't know that was you, but that's great. And I also want to add that Otto makes the most gorgeous pieces, so much so that I've copied the style of his pieces to some degree for my Kriegsspiel 22 module. However, Damon got a hold of him, and he's been doing all kinds of tinkering to hide the information on the pieces so that only the umpires can see what needs to be tracked. So they are very basic in their appearance compared to what I was drawing up as a prototype, but they will be highly functional. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, Otto makes the most beautiful pieces, bar none. Otto says, "No, I just know a lot about the guy." Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's great. So here we go. So, all right, here's another update. And look, I'm still in my train here. Let's open this up. Let's see here. So I'm just south of St. Hubert. Hubert as we would say in English. Maybe it's pronounced Hubert or something in French. Let's move our pieces.
Hi, Marshall.
Hey, how you doing,
Uh,
Felix?
Good, good. So, yeah, you can't really see anything, but you hear artillery fire from the east. Uh, some closer, some further away.
Okay. Do you see that hill to my front? Above Hill 360? You see that one? It's right to my
Yes.
front. I want to ride to the top of that and have a look. And I want my forces to come behind me and proceed down that road. I actually want them to proceed down the road, but I want to ride up there and have a peek. I want them to proceed down the road for now.
So you mean the hill that the road is leading to, or another one?
Yeah, it's that road. Yeah, it's the same hill.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. Okay, so I want to see what's going on. So I have given the order for my units, or my headquarters in particular, to situate itself upon this hill here. Now, my commander avatar moves quite a bit faster than the rest of the column. So it's okay if the column proceeds without me. I've got cavalry at the head anyway. I'm fine. Plus, I'm probably following Sam. So I need to see with my own eyes what the heck is going on so I can command the army. Obviously, there's something going on to my east and probably to my south, but I don't know. Obviously, there's something going on here. Somewhere. So, I don't see any dispatches, so I do think brigade system combat resolutions take too long. And again, that's a big part of how K22 saves time. We group the formations that are fighting and roll one die and apply the result overall. And then that also resolves the problem with half the units in the formation winning and the other half of the units in the formation losing a skirmish. So we don't have that anymore. So Otto mentions he watched some of yesterday's stream last night. And just so people know on the YouTube, whether you're watching this in real time or you're one of the people who's watching this recording later, we tend to live stream most of our games. Not all, but most of them. I will live stream them myself. And I frequently narrate, even if I'm just playing, I'll narrate kind of what's going through my head and why I'm doing what I'm doing. Same thing that I'm doing here right now. Otto comments that he watched some of yesterday's stream last night, and it's funny how understandably Eli, who was our commander, as the corps commander, was frustrated about how he didn't know anything about where or what the Austrian cuirassiers were. And yeah, Eli communicated some of that to me as well when we were together on the battlefield, because we had an element of cavalry, heavy cavalry, I believe, that kind of went off and he didn't get reports back. Um, and yeah, as cavalry, you have to send reports back. And I have to admit that at one point I kind of quit sending reports, but that's because I was between. I had the enemy completely between me and my headquarters. But by that time, I felt okay doing a Jeb Stuart and riding all the way around the enemy because our army was pretty much in full contact with the enemy by then. I also find it interesting how, from my perspective, we were kind of kicking the snot out of them, out of the French, the coalition. I was on the coalition side. I was a coalition cavalry officer. And from my perspective, we were doing great, but from the umpire perspective, the French were actually doing better in the battle than we were. So it's really interesting how that fog of war just plays with your mind. And you might be winning, 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 and then, oh boy, it's over. You lost. You're like, what? Yeah, Otto says he expected to keep some of their team's cavalry near the infantry in order to screen them like in real life, but it ended up being a goose chase in the east. And yeah, like I said, once I was sent on a screening mission to the west, and once there was nothing there for me to screen against, I just kind of took off on my own because I wanted to get behind or on the enemy flank and smash in and make life easier for the infantry. So that was what I wanted to do, but it was hard. But what it did accomplish from my perspective is it distracted key elements of the French infantry and the French artillery, so they were focused on me rather than facing our right flank, which was held by a Saxon division, which ended up getting smashed ultimately by cavalry, of course. So when you think about the fact that I should have been posted there, and this is the first I've thought of this, but had I been posted there, we would have had cavalry to screen the Saxon flank. So here I am thinking I won medals that battle, but in reality, because I left that assigned post, um, enemy cavalry came up and smashed the flank. Man, I tell you, the history books are unkind to me. Otto says in the game before that, where I was the corps commander for the coalition, the French cavalry commander had his couriers get captured because he was behind the enemy lines. Yeah, and that's why I didn't send dispatches. I figured my couriers would get captured. But right now, what's going to keep me awake at night is the realization that the Saxon flank was crushed by cavalry when I probably should have been there. Said here, yesterday was a strategic victory for the French. The coalition forces very likely won't be able to go fight Napoleon with what they have left. Rest in peace, Squire's Saxon division. Yeah, and really I should have been there to prevent that from happening, huh? Don't tell Eli. Don't tell anyone I said this. But yeah, it's always fun to digest these battles, talk about them the day after, or to watch the live streams and to kind of reflect on what you did. And you always find, wow, I really made a mistake. I really blundered. I have to tell you, folks, the common denominator in all my life's problems is me. What the heck? Otto says, like in real life, cavalry commanders are a glory-seeking bunch. You know, I should have known better, right? I know what Jeb Stuart's mistake was, right? Otto says, I hope I don't get nightmares. You know, I don't think I'll get nightmares. I'll probably get nightmares about my day job before I get nightmares about Kriegsspiel. But wow. I actually do have a lot of dreams where Kriegsspiel comes up, probably because the International Kriegsspiel Society takes up a portion of my day every day. I'm always in the group thinking and doing things. And it is a fun way to spend time. And as a consequence, yeah, I have dreams about it, which is kind of funny. But yeah, probably no nightmares. But yeah, now don't you think I'm right, Otto? I should have stayed on the Saxon flank and maybe I could have prevented them. I think I could have prevented them from being routed. So here I was trying to win the battle. What I should have been trying to do is protect the army's flank. But I kind of was of this conclusion, hey, there's nothing here, because when I got there, we didn't see anything. All the action was to the east. We were close to the map edge, so I didn't expect cavalry to appear. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to go make myself useful somewhere else rather than stand around here in blind and dumb obedience to orders. Of course, I don't think Eli expected cavalry to appear there either, or anyone. I think we were really taken by surprise there. Yeah, Gil says it depends on the orders. They could be interpreted either way, but my orders yesterday were go screen the right, head west and screen the right, which I did initially. And then the question is, what do I do? Should I continue to do that stubbornly, even though I could be more useful elsewhere? Or what? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a commander's dilemma. In real life, I would obey the orders stubbornly. I would not change. This was the last order I've been given. I'm not going to change from it, even if I see an opportunity or something. If I see an opportunity, I might invest a portion of my forces to follow it up. But I'm not going to abandon my position entirely in pursuit of an opportunity because my orders are my orders. I might ask permission to abandon my post and pursue an opportunity, but I wouldn't do it without some kind of authorization or discretion. So that's in real life, though. In a Kriegsspiel game, however, we're not as strict, and I have a lot more freedom. And well, I wanted my share of the glory, and it turns out the French cavalry got the glory I should have had, huh? Otto says, with hindsight, yes. Gil says, how many times has a commander expected a unit to be in one position only to find it elsewhere? Right? All the time. Like every game. And Otto says, the highway and the garrison at Immerchain, or Emmerreichen, I can't pronounce the name of the town, was an objective and you were focused on the objective. That's true. I was focused on that objective. But I can be as focused on an objective as I like if my orders, I mean, that's really my commander-in-chief's problem, to be focused on the objective, whereas my problem as not commander-in-chief is to be focused on the task assigned to me by my superior. So, while I appreciate the apologetics there, the fact of the matter is I rode off when I probably should not have. Huh. It's a dilemma. Otto adds, Jan performed quite nicely now that I think about it. He charged the Saxons with his French cuirassiers a few times and then kept the Austrian cuirassiers away, although it looked very unfortunate, it seems, or unfun. I think he put unfun. Um, yeah, so, interesting that Jan and I were both cavalry commanders. We both have similar levels of experience. Would have been interesting if we had run into each other. Let's see. It was a fun game. And again, folks, you can all look at these live streams, and usually in the podcasts, the Coffee Kegs and Kriegsspiel podcasts, I'll often talk about Saturday's battle as the topic, and we kind of debrief from that, and it provides sort of an in-depth view of what happened and what was going on and what people were thinking and doing. So always worth it. There's lots of Kriegsspiel content out there on the web now. When I first launched that YouTube channel, there was nothing. There was like maybe 2 or 3 videos at most, and none of them were particularly interesting. Now there's a wealth of it, and it's just exploding. And now I can play games instead of having to umpire them all the time. It's so nice. All right, we're waiting for a report. Again, they're probably not much going on. Yeah, okay, yeah, still no report. Okay. Gil asks, can I not send out scouts to establish enemy positions? I'm kind of in reserve at the rear of the column. The main body of the army is up front and should be doing that work. Half of that main body is cavalry. I am going to the top of a hill to see what I can see, and I may spot some enemy then. And I have a dispatch that just arrived. Lessie going to SCY. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's Lessie? Oh, he's Lessie going to SCY. Okay, so Sam is at wherever Lessie is. Maybe he means JUSSY.
Hello, Marshall.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, so you have found a very nice. Oops, I should probably send that to you as well. Very nice vantage point there, and you can see down into the valley and on the village of. Oh, you cannot quite see the village. You see that the column in front of you has stopped. They're not moving at the moment, so your troops also haven't moved very far, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
There's some troops set up on the little ridge, as you can see, north of Rosario, whatever. And you can see smoke lying over the village of Saint Rufin to east of that. Sorry, yeah, you know which one I talk about.
Yes, so the bad guys are around Rosaries and Saint Rufin. They're basically
So
there's
you
smoke
can't
and
really you can't really see any troops, but you see smoke lying over Saint Rufin. So like there was artillery fired or a battle or something going on there. But now it's gone kind of quiet, so there's no more firing and you don't hear any artillery at the moment.
Okay, so we're gonna probably have to go around here. Let me take a quick look at the dispatch. Yeah, let's
Oh, sorry, I have one more thing for you.
go ahead.
As you can see, there's some cavalry. These are the hussars of Desert Fox, and they have come back to recover at the wagons, and they tell you that they have been shelled in Rosario.
Okay. Okay. And then the road is clogged ahead of me. Whose column is that? Is that Sam's column?
Right in front of you is the baggage of Desert Fox, and it seems in front of that is some infantry of Sam.
Okay. Let's head south on the road to the quarry and take that road, that southern road that leads to Rosary. So let's cut across, and the rest of the
Yeah,
column can actually take the road, particularly the supply trains. They can take the road, and follow the road. But those units that are where I'm at, I'll send a screenshot of my intent,
Hmm.
and that's what we'll do. I'll post a screenshot of my intent.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna write HQ, but it's really an observation post. But whatever. I mean, that's where I'm gonna be. Okay. And now, my little screenshot thing doesn't work. My hotkeys aren't working. Crazy. Okay, let's see here. And let's post this. There we go. Oh no, it's too big. Okay, I'm going to check the comments momentarily, but you guys all heard the report, I'm sure. Actually, let's not do this one. Let's move everything up the where it kind of is, more or less. Just move it all there. Whatever. Okay, and then that should be pretty clear. Okay, now we'll... There we go. Now let's see if he'll take this picture. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so that's the general intent. So we're going to come down here to where Rosary is. Now that is in a bit of a valley, but I imagine that we'll be able to take a look at things prior to getting there, and I can fine tune the approach. Like we might come up the southern road, these southern hills even might come like around that way. Something like that is more likely. But we'll see. We'll have a chance to adjust the approach, I think, before we get there. Let's take a look at the comments again. Thanks, everyone. Otto says, I was worried that towards the end you might charge towards the town at Emmerich. Fighting in urban environments of woods is something that commanders of the time had a large distaste for. Yeah, for me, I saw those wagons, and I think those wagons couldn't all possibly be in that town, so I wanted to get a piece of them. Even if it meant I was going to squander the rest of my command. Destroying that supply column probably would have been a pretty good exchange because it would have strategically hobbled the French, since the rest of the column would then have absolutely no supply. I also figured the defenses only consisted of 2 battalions and a battery. So I'm like, how can they defend against all of this cavalry charging them at one time? They're firing from windows, I imagine, and so on, and they are going to inflict some pretty serious casualties. Nonetheless, the idea is, again, if we can destroy those supplies, we make it so that the French really can't operate, that corps is essentially unsupplied for at least 2 or 3 more days or whatever. We basically make the French extremely miserable, which was the thought. Otto says, imagine maneuvering hundreds of horses throughout crowded streets and in the middle of unmaintained woods. Fighting with cavalry just didn't happen in real life in those places. And you're right. And I did take the cues from you, Otto. I didn't attack, but boy, I sure wanted to. In real life, it would have been very disheartening, though, seeing the French garrison outnumbered in Emmer Reichen with tasty-looking supply trains, but you being powerless with your horses. Yeah, that was why I was pretty happy to ride up north and see Eli with 2 divisions of Prussian infantry. And I was like, Eli, if you attack now, you'll take it. You got to just move quickly and attack. And he did. I actually thought he would move a little more slowly because Eli tends to be a little more calculated in his attack. I've noticed that just watching him play throughout the past year or so. And to see him, just go straight in like that was a refreshing surprise. And I figured he'd probably take the position. So Dave says back of column glorious. Yep, the very back. The very back of the column. I remember as a kid being in the back of the school bus was where all the cool kids would sit. That's where I would go because we could kind of play around and do whatever mayhem as teenagers, and teacher was always at the front of the bus, couldn't stop us. Otto says, I should have deleted one of those supply columns in the village towards the end of the battle. The town was being bombarded and attacked. I think lots of baggage would have been ruined. Yeah. I have to tell you, Otto, if I had a battery of horse artillery, I could have done a little more damage. So I was really sad to not have horse artillery at all. And we went back and forth, but it was decided, of course, I didn't want foot artillery because why slow me down? But yeah, horse artillery would have been great to have. Because then I could have just sat there and thrown shells at the town. And I know in original Kriegsspiel, if you fire artillery at a town long enough, there's odds that it'll catch fire. And I imagine all of our systems do that. You have to think back in the early 19th century, people would have fires going and maintained even during the middle of the day because, they don't want to relight fires all the time, so they have candles and such going. And with cannonballs smashing into everything, it's possible that something catches fire. Houses weren't exactly fireproofed very well back then. Although the people weren't dumb, they used stone, particularly for fireplaces and such. They also had to compromise and use more flammable building materials that are cheaper for other parts of the home. So it was all easily possible you could start fires. Brilliant analogy. I think Dave might be talking about the school bus. Otto says, I love how right from the beginning Eli said he wanted Prussians. He got regiments of the Home Guard. The Prussian army isn't what it used to. Isn't what it used to be. Frederick the Great is in the grave. Yeah. Yeah, Frederick the Great was great. He spent 24 years building up Prussia, and then the next 24 at war. Actually, it was the other way around. The first 24 at war, and then the next 24 making Prussia into a great kingdom. So he did a good job. Otto says, I was afraid the game might become too unfair if I gave you horse artillery. The French didn't do much with theirs except ambushing some of your cavalry in the first turn and blowing up Saxons. Yeah. But hey, that's something. But yeah, I would have absolutely used it to great effect. Because the problem with the cavalry is you basically have to charge in to do anything. You can't reach out and touch someone from long range. Especially if someone forms a square. If the enemy goes into square, you deploy that artillery, which is an absolutely perfect use for it. Okay, here we go. 745 update. Let's open the original. Okay, I'm up here on my hill, but I don't see any bad guys. So I imagine I'll get a report. They must not be here in Rosaries. So they're not here. Huh. Oh, look, you changed the state on my to show that it's in a line. I forgot you could do that with these pieces. Okay, so let's see here. We need to change the state. There we go. And we'll put them there exactly south of the quarry, like right here. And then these units are here in the lead, more or less. I am on my hill, and the rest of my column follows. We don't have to worry about exact placement for the stuff that's in the rear. Let's erase our markings. Alright, and there's no enemy there, so. Okay, we do have friendly forces up in this area here. So we've got friendly units going this way, like that. I don't know where they're going. That's away from the objective. Maybe they're going to cross and do this, maybe. I don't know. And then we have our units. We have more units, which are around here, probably going that way, driving directly on the objective. We do have to watch out about this high ground. Oh, there's Psy, S-C-Y. We do have to, so this is, and here's Lessie. So that is what Sam plans to do. He plans to go like that, more or less. Alright, that's a logical plan. And here I am in from the south. That means this must be our cavalry moving here quickly. Okay. I don't think there's bad guys here. Or if there are, they're not there anymore. If there are, if there's still powder, smoke, or noise, we'll come in to the south and throw our weight behind it. Otherwise, I probably need to get over here too. I don't know.
So, in fact, you can hear artillery fire again, but it seems more to your northeast, east,
Okay.
northeast, let's say. And at San Rufin, it seems like the smoke is clearing, so it doesn't seem there's any fighting going on there anymore. Other than that, I think that's all except what you can see on your screenshot.
Okay, we'll continue to St. Rufin. I'll draw you a
Okay.
picture. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, oh, now I have a dispatch. Let's see what it says. Enemy infantry that was hiding has come out of the town. The enemy is retreating east, probably to set up a defensive line. West of Psy. So they're probably... So according to Sam, enemy is here. Around here. Unfortunately, he's not too precise. He says enemy infantry that was hiding has come out of the town. Which town? The enemy is retreating east, probably to set up a defensive line. Okay, I don't know what town. I only know they're retreating to the east. But I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference for that. So I know the enemy's pulling back, but they're certainly not defeated. So here I am moving this way. So the key objective is here, so I want to keep pushing towards it. So I think that's what my orders are going to be, is to continue pushing towards the objective. And as I get here in St. Rufin, I should be able to see what's to my front. I'm going to mark HQ here. So that Felix knows that's where I want to go. I'm going to erase these other markings. Okay. And now I'll take a screenshot. Control, it's Shift Windows S, right? Shift Windows S, isn't it? It's not working for me. Okay, I'll check the YouTube comments in just a second. Just real quick, I need to get these orders into to my umpire so they can process the turn. Okay. There we go. Okay, those orders are in. Now, let's see here. Otto says exactly. Yeah, I think he's Otto's saying exactly, probably to my comment that wherever the enemy forms a square, I deploy the horse artillery and start shooting them, which would make me pretty powerful, of course. That's why I want it. Elia, welcome to the live stream. Elias says, what is the year of this scenario? Honestly, I don't know, because this is a tournament, meaning that the units are not standardized. This is, in fact, each player in the tournament has kind of their own personal order of battle that they've developed for themselves. Excuse me, got the hiccups. So I have in my order of battle a very standard, very what I call vanilla setup. Everything is of average quality. I have 2 cavalry blocks, probably hussars. I have 1, probably a 6-pound battery, 6-pound guns. I have 4 regular trained infantry blocks, fusiliers, and then I have 3 supply trains. So, very standard setup. This is not, however, a historic battle. This is a Kriegsspiel tournament. So everybody kind of gets to pick what they want in their order of battle, and then we kind of mash it all up. Yesterday, however, if you go through our YouTube, you can find our more historic-based scenarios. We rarely play actual historic battles. They pretty much never do. There's a couple of reasons for that. Mostly because we don't want players to be informed by history. We want them to make their own decisions and face and solve their own unique problems. Because Kriegsspiel is really a training exercise. So by putting players in a historic scenario, they're very likely to just kind of repeat history or play informed by the history when they're not really doing their own work. They're not doing their own thinking and their own maneuvering and decision making, which is why we use fictional scenarios. So typically our scenarios are informed by history, but they're almost always fictional. So, but right now we've been doing a lot of Napoleonic stuff for the past several months, in fact. And we've also run a fictional, what's called Red versus Blue campaign, which is basically based on Napoleonics. We haven't done much in the way of the Civil War, although we do have play-by-email Civil War games that are running. But for the most part, everything that we do right now is Napoleonic. We'll probably swing back towards Civil War stuff soon. I've had a number of people ask for American Revolutionary War and American Civil War battles. And I know a lot about the Civil War stuff. I don't know so much about the Napoleonic. Even I'm still learning about it, but it's a lot of fun. There's certainly more variation in a Napoleonic battle. More different types of units, whereas American Civil War, you really have just basic infantry, cavalry, artillery for the most part. And they're all roughly equal with one another in capability. Not always. It depends, but Napoleonic, you get a lot of variation, which makes it very interesting. Otto says, I always include an MP3 of a song in the period in my game briefings. It's just a little flair, a theme for the battle. I wonder if players listen to them. Did you listen to the one in your briefing? The answer is I may have listened to it just a bit, but I do not listen to them on the live stream because I don't want to get caught up in copyright infringement problems. YouTube is very aggressive about the whole copyright thing, so I'm very reluctant to have any kind of music playing. I do occasionally listen to them, although not necessarily beforehand. I might go back and listen to it and think, oh, that's cool, and then, I go on with other things. I do enjoy period military music, but typically my brain is elsewhere, and I probably don't give it due care and attention. If it's just for flair, then no harm done. But if it somehow conveys important information, or you really think I should listen to it, then yes, I will pause and listen to it and give it some thought. I actually am a big fan of music. I like trading songs with friends and stuff. The lyrics and stuff. You can like have whole conversations just by swapping music, right? Love it. All right. Otto says he has a good source for good quality maps set in Hesse and Nassau, 1800s West Germany. I wonder if players are getting tired of the Napoleonic Wars, the French versus the German coalition. Yeah, I do think we're hungry for some variation, Otto. That's why a couple people are saying, well, what about the Civil War? What about American Revolutionary War? So I think it'll be natural for us to kind of spread out a little bit. And in time, we'll probably be doing conflicts from all around the globe. We might have battles from Africa, battles from Asia going on. You know, Otto. Otto says if you play the song backwards 50% slowed down, you hear the enemy order of battle in the lyrics. Oh my goodness. Yeah, aren't there some songs where they say if you play them backwards, you can hear, the devil talking or something, whatever. That's great. You got it, Otto. Love it. All right. So you folks know what I'm doing, and you know why I'm doing it. I'm moving to St. Rufine again to kind of see. And frankly, the objective is Moulin-le-Metz. I want to put my troops in Moulin-le-Metz. That's what I want to do. And then I might even, if we're relatively unopposed or something, I might dash my cavalry through. Because look at this. I'll draw in yellow here real quick. But look at that. If I can get the cavalry here, like that, that's the secondary objective. So, or maybe they have to go, this route, whatever. But if that can be done, why not? But we'll see. Chances are I'm not going to get that chance. Odds are I'm going to get to St. Rufine or whatever, and there should be a block or a mass of enemy troops here. So we'll see what happens. The enemy should be defending around here. In fact, I expected him to defend at St. Rufine or Sai or something, or to just occupy a commanding position here where they fire down on us. So I don't know what he's going to do. All right, Otto. Thank you. You got it, man. Good luck with your studies. We'll catch you soon, man. Elias says, thank you. The Italian Wars of Unification would be a cool scenario, too. I don't think a lot of us know about those wars. I think those are what, the 1870s, weren't they? If I'm correct. I could be wrong. Might be 60s or 80s, but I think 1870s. Garibaldi or whatever, right? You can correct me, please, because Italian history isn't my strong subject. Uh, and because of that, we could use a person like you, Eli, to come join the International Kriegsspiel Society. We could teach you how to umpire and run Kriegsspiel, and then you can build these scenarios in, and you can educate us. Um, and that's really cool. I got to tell you, Kriegsspiel, even if we're playing fictional battles, is
You
a
guys are
remarkable. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's it. You're going to have a conference in a second. Felix is going to send you your screenshot.
Okay. Is the battle over or?
No. you're co-located. You can talk to each other.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All
I
right.
have not yet begun to fight.
All right. John said that's it. It confused me for a second. Okay, here's our screenshot, folks. Let's see here. Okay, so the enemy is up here around Psi. Probably can't really attack that. Here I am. Here's my column, I think. No, that would not be my column. My column would be off
I
map here to the
believe that's
left.
mine. That's probably my mounted infantry.
Yes, they are. But here we are co-located here. So those guns are the real problem. But hmm. Okay.
I'm thinking of heading south towards the southern river crossing and probably crossing there.
I
Should be
don't
able to
know
take
if you
that.
can. I don't know if you can cross at the ferry. You'll have to get a ruling if you can cross there or if you have to cross the bridge and come back to the ferry. But yeah, if you can even send a couple formations of troops of guys on horse across that bridge or across that ferry and occupy the southern two crossings, that's huge. That's huge if you can do that.
If not, I might be able to sneak through the forest along the river to the other crossing. But yeah, that's what I'll
Yeah,
do.
yeah. So I'm going to be coming up, and I think what I'll do, I mean, it's up to Sam, but maybe I push north through Moulin-la-Metz and take the enemy in the flank while he probably takes their other flank. Sam, are you
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Sam. Okay, how do you want to do this, man?
Um, yeah, so did you get my other messages
Yeah,
about to
I
start
hear
a
that the
little bit?
enemy is in Sai, or it looks like from my screenshot now, they're around Chazelle.
Yeah, and they are also at the fort up in the north, like
In the fort where?
Fort Fort Plappeville. It's in the north. They have some cannons there.
Okay,
There should be also some enemy light cavalry on the road past Mullins.
okay. Alright. The cannons at the fort we can ignore. I don't know that they even have range to reach us. I'm only worried about this line at Chazelle, but if we attack from both flanks, that line should crumple.
Yeah, then we can do that. And the cavalry can try to take the bridges.
Yeah, perfect. Wow, I can't.
I think I will head north to my column because it didn't arrive yet.
Okay, yeah, my column is still on its way here.
Yeah, if you guys keep these guys busy, I'll try to flank them to get the
Yeah,
crossings from the south.
Perfect. That sounds like a great plan.
sounds good.
Okay. All right, now I have to draw up my orders. Let's erase. And I don't know where my formation is, but we're just going to assume it's somewhere around here. Okay, and my orders then. Set up artillery here. do counter battery against his artillery initially. Although I'm not a fan of that for long. I even debating doing it now. Hmm. So I'm only going to throw disruption if I shoot at his infantry. It's only going to disrupt them. But when our infantry gets close, we'll fire on the infantry. Alright.
All right, guys. We're going to split you up and get your orders now.
Thank
Here
you.
we go.
Hello.
Hey,
Who wants to go
Felix.
first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
We'll I'll take my entire force, head south, and then turn north along that forest, along the edge of the river, and is that a bridge or a ferry? Try to cross that. I believe I sent a block of uh, light cavalry on ahead.
Okay, cool. And Marshall?
My orders are going into the chat right now.
Okay.
Basically, we're going to continue on through. There, it's in the chat now. We're going to continue on through Saint Rufin, Moulin Le Metz, form double line, and attack the enemy on the flank. My battery, however, will deploy outside of Saint Rufin and open counter battery fire on enemy batteries on the hills opposite.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so my artillery folks should be outgunned, but I don't know what they're going to be doing. Nonetheless, if I can clear some of their guns off the board, that would be great. We'll have to see.
And you guys got plenty of infantry, right?
Yes, yeah, I got plenty of infantry. Actually, I should have specified that my cavalry should be screening my right. But I think I'll have time to do that. I don't think I'll move into position and attack all in one turn. It'll be 2 turns to get there. But yeah, I think you should be in good shape. Because if he's in the north, if he's north of Moulin Le Metz, you kind of have clear passage. So you take the town, you take the crossings, and then you could always cross up to Sai and get in behind him. And I think his position collapses then.
Yeah, I think if we hold the crossings, that's game over.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. He never had cavalry out to scout for us in this direction, so I don't know if he even expected us to approach from this direction, or if we caught him by
Well,
surprise.
I did run into two light cavalry and their guns.
Oh, okay. Did you destroy him?
No, they disrupted one of my units, but I drove them off. They retreated down the road, up Mullins to the east.
Okay, so we haven't eliminated any of their stuff. Alright. That's alright. And we'll see what happens. It should be an interesting turn or two. The next 2 or 3 turns may decide it. All right, we're still standing by. The orders are in, and they should be processing everything now. Alright, still standing by for an update. Looks like a big turn, so it's taking him some time.
Oh, I just got a map on my channel, so you should be getting the update pretty soon.
Good, and I just got mine. There we go.
You split up.
Alright.
Yeah, sorry, small organizational hiccup there, but we are back on track. So your troops have arrived with your cavalry in the front. Foxy's troops have left. And yeah, you can see the enemy is still on the hill across the valley. Infantry has moved down a little.
Okay.
And I leave you for now and come back for orders later. Or if you want, you can just post a screenshot.
Yeah, come back to check in with me verbally, but I am going to post a screen. I just
Okay,
want to
cool.
make sure it's clear to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so he has some infantry here. Okay, so I want my artillery to set up and fire on his infantry. And then I want my infantry, let's see here, to come through and attack him here on the flank. And I want my cavalry to screen here. Okay, I'm probably not going to see much from there, though. That's the only problem. But anyway, it is what it is. Alright, so let's move our blocks up. There we are. Oop. Near enough. And now we capture the screenshot. Looks like we're gaining the objective. Our cavalry force should be moving in more or less unopposed. And
Okay.
okay, I've posted the screenshot. Deploy the
Yes.
artillery, fire on the infantry. My headquarters
Yes.
will move up with the infantry. Cavalry
Mhm.
screen to my right. Infantry attack the enemy flank. So
The infantry attacks the flank. So the
you see this?
western flank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Well, it would technically be the eastern flank of the enemy, but whatever. Just attack the enemy more than anything. Simply to
Okay.
attack them is more valuable than not. Yeah, and
Okay.
actually, there's terrain there. They may have their flank anchored on terrain I can't get up. In which case, just attack them head on. But let the artillery work on them for a minute.
Okay.
I
Cool.
want the artillery to disrupt them before we attack. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Alright, that's the order. Let's see what happens. I just realized that right here, this particular cut in the map, we probably can't, right here, probably can't get upset. So we probably have to attack straight across, which is fine as well. But we'll see what happens. I'm going to be AFK for just a couple minutes. Okay, still standing by for an update. Again, a very interesting turn because this is where it's finally going down. we should at least be shelling the enemy. And I don't know if we'll throw an attack. Probably next turn the attack dice will roll. Still here, but still standing by for an update. Again, it's a big turn, so there might be a lot going on.
¿Qué tal?
All right, still standing by. It's been a quiet live stream. Long, again, it's long just like yesterday. Um, I thought this might take like an hour or two. This is really dragging on. I think it's the 3v3 format. I don't know. Could also just be the system. Brigade system is a little labor intensive with each block throwing a die. So, again, that's what K22 is intended to resolve. Oh, it looks like there's a blue 3 player. That's a surprise. Of course, I would not know that. And I don't know that it changes anything or makes much difference, so we just keep rolling. Yeah, I think if we make this attack here, then the question becomes, how do we hold what we take? So it seems like there's a third red or blue player now. So they're certainly reinforced. So we can't assume we outnumber them. Of course, we never assumed that we outnumbered them to begin with. We figured their numbers may have been bolstered to even things up. But now for sure, things are at least even. Even if you do outnumber the enemy, factors like terrain and stuff matter. You don't want to squander your troops needlessly. And this is a campaign where losses and stuff actually carry over. So that's also another consideration. Okay, Alexa, stop. Well, I guess my smart device wanted to speak up there. Thank you, though. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. You don't want to squander your troops, and a problem is I'm coming in on poor terrain. I'm coming in on the low ground. The enemy has high ground. But with my artillery in place and my, me having probably 4 infantry to his 3, if they go in kind of a double line formation, we should be able to push him off. But let's see what happens. We should be getting reports right now. Okay, and my Empire's typing. Here's the report. Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. Looks like we're clobbering him. Look at that. He came down off the mountain. Came down off the hill. Alright, the Empire will be coming shortly, but looks like the bad guys came off the hill. And I am here. Okay, received dispatch that we can't use the marshy ground to flank, which is fine. Okay, let's set these up. Okay, so I have my 2 units here. Not these
Hello.
two. Hey, Felix.
Okay, so you have moved in, your cavalry has moved into Moulin, Les Metz, and they have kind of accidentally encountered the enemy there, and one battalion has been pushed back while the other is still skirmishing in the village, and your infantry has moved in as well and engaged the enemy while your artillery started firing, and they have done quite well. As you can see, the enemy is fleeing. You can also see that there is some fighting going on in Lessie, but you cannot make out any details.
Okay, yes, attack. I'll draw a picture, but I think the orders are pretty straightforward. Attack.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay, and I need to see where my cavalry is. This is not my cavalry. Here is one. So it looks like one of my blocks is here, and I don't know where the other block went. So I don't know where my cavalry went. One is here in bad state, it looks like. This is not mine. I don't know where the other block went. It's just gone. Okay. Let's not worry about it now. These are friendly. Down here, he actually has one here. And again, the fighting is in the town, so he's here. And then the enemy has troops. Let's go ahead and position some enemy blocks, shall we? We'll copy 3 of these. Right there. Okay, so he has one that's kind of refused this way. He has one facing me here. And then he has one that's in really bad shape right here. Probably broken and routed. So my orders are very simple. And that's attack right there. And I don't think my... Oh wait, I've got my baggage train here. And I do have a cav unit. Where is my cavalry unit? Did I move them off? What did I do with them? They're not in the table somewhere. Okay. Well, that's odd. Okay, let's go ahead and copy. And supposedly there's just one right here that's taking a hit. Oh, no, that's a supply wagon. Don't need that. Need the cavalry. Here we go. We got one there. All right. And that's it. Now we screenshot it. Yeah, they do appear to be very light. I think they're in a different position or orientation. So they may have been expecting us from a different direction. They might not have had good intel on where we were coming. Ah. Okay, Discord. Unless you play Discord $100, you're going to have a hard time uploading just your average screenshot. Okay, there we go. There it is. Okay. All right. That's it. Let's see here. I got a comment on my YouTube, but this is on a different video. In battles of the American Civil War, do spent elite units still continue to ignore the first hit on successive turns or not? Ooh. I don't even know how to answer that because it depends on the system, on the and the I was trying to do does the Empire want the units to be? Otherwise, apply it. Yeah, so do spent elite units still continue to ignore? If spent, no. If they're spent, no, they don't ignore the hit. There we go. He got his answer in 4 minutes on a year-old video. So there we go. I do check the YouTube comments and questions even long after the videos are posted. And if you have a question, I'll pop in there and I'll try to answer it. And you know, I know people are trying to play Kriegsspiel out there on their own. They're using our games and our videos as education and inspiration. So they sometimes ask rule questions. And again, because we're using different systems and really Kriegsspiel is more like a philosophy or a way or a style, but it's not the same. It's like rock and roll music is a style of music, but no two rock and roll music songs are the same. They may sound the same to a person who's unfamiliar with rock and roll, but a person who is used to it, every song sounds unique. And it's likewise with Kriegsspiel. So it's always very unique. And every battle that is put together, you'll never play the same battle twice, even from the same umpire with the same system. It's pretty hard. Just there's so many variations and things that can go different that it's always a unique experience, which is why I've been doing Kriegsspiel for years, and I'm not the slightest bit tired of it. I did get tired of umpiring, which is why I created the International Kriegsspiel Society, so that I would not have to umpire Kriegsspiels anymore. Somebody else could do that and I could play, which we're doing here. But not all umpires are equal. Some umpires are pretty quick because they have that level of experience. Here today, Hines is running the game. Hines is not as quick. He's kind of new, and he's running the brigade system, which I now think is a dated system. Hines is very smart and very sharp, and he'll be a superb first-rate umpire before long. But he has to cut his teeth. And I went through the same evolution myself. So I can't sit here and judge anyone because I think back to some of my first games. They were pretty agonizing for the players, not to mention me as an umpire. But we all learn and figure it out. We all grow. So the best way to do it is to just get in there and start playing, start running games. So here we have it, man. I think we're going to smash these units. Maybe we'll bag them. Maybe we will capture them. This could be the decisive attack of the battle. But Yeah, so far, not much going on. Very anxious to see the outcome, although it should be pretty one-sided. And again, this is where the K22 system would kick in, because the K22 would give definite bonuses. We're not using that system here, but under the K22 system, we would calculate the combat value of these units and these units which are fighting them. This might be treated as a separate combat if these units here are just fighting and these units here are fighting. This would be treated as a separate combat. But under K22, you have these two lead elements are hitting these two elements, and we would compare the combat value. And if the combat value is the same, then we roll the even die. If one side or the other has a higher combat value, meaning they have like more men, they're better trained, whatever, and there's more than a 1 point difference between them, then we roll the advantage die for the side that has the higher combat value. Then we apply any modifiers to the die according to terrain. If there are any, there's not really any here. I could bring in the dice. It would be under saved objects, wouldn't it be? Let me see here. 15 state blocks. Oh my gosh. It's not brittle system anymore. That was what it was called earlier. But it's not components either. Oh, really? Look, here I am going through all my stuff. That would not be it. So let's go into games. I'm going to Kriegsspiel 22 and search. And let's pull out. Let's see what that is. That's a blank die. We don't want the blank die. The K22 has all these other dice and stuff in it. Here, is that it? That's the old die. And that's also, I think that die is a current die. That's a D10. But I want that's the artillery die. I want the infantry die. Here we go. Superior and inferior, that's right, okay. And we're still waiting, so I can still continue to show you guys this while we hang out here. Search. Type in D. Here's the melee die. And here's the advantage die, which, no, that's cavalry. Advantage die is orange, I think. Search. search. Here it is. Okay, so I have to update this die. The A is basically superior, D is going to be inferior. I have to update that. But in here, see, you would have this engagement, and under brigade system, let me pull in those dice real quick. Let me pull in a brigade system die. Let's say we're going to roll, probably the pink die are pretty common, but the pink 8s. So let's copy that. So what happens here is, let's say we have these units and they're fighting 1, 2, and 3, 4. We're going to roll all 4 of these dice. Okay. And we'll say that the dice that's closest to the unit is that unit's result. So we go click, 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 click for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we roll them. Okay. So the all units, it looks like all units got the same result. So all units would get 1 disruption token. And when a unit takes a disruption token, it continues to operate normally, but it rolls the next lower level die, which under brigade system that then becomes a yellow die, which has less odds of a hit. Okay, so now they're going to roll the yellow die on the next turn, and the odds of getting a hit are less. Here's another disruption marker. And after you roll the yellow die, if you get further disrupted, you'll roll the white die. Let's see. Oh, it's not here, is it? But basically, you start with the red. You go to the salmon color or pink color, whatever. It was technically supposed to be orange. Then you go to yellow. And then you go to white, which for some reason the white die isn't showing up there. I could probably go to Brigade Kriegsspiel. And look here. Let's see. It might be in here. Search. Here it is. Okay, and then you go to the white die. Okay, so those, your elite veteran or your elite and guard units throw a red die. Veteran units throw pink. Train units throw yellow. Militia throw white. And even if your unit's elite, as it takes disruption for each level of disruption, it then throws the next lower level die. But then again, you're throwing 1 die for each unit. So this unit would throw its die. Let's say this unit were an elite unit, it would throw a red die at this unit. If this unit were an elite unit but had a level of disruption, it throws this die. And then the hits are applied individually. So this hollow star is what's called an advantage hit. So only if this unit has some distinct advantage over this one does this unit take a hit, otherwise it's a miss. This here is a hit. A hit means the unit is reduced to a smaller state. Although here I think that's a square or something, but the units do have different states under the brigade system where they get reduced in size. But it's a lot of bookkeeping. It's a lot of work. So this unit here, under this condition, let's say red is considered superior, right? Or advantage, as we would call it initially. So that would be the A side. And we roll the die and defender routes. So all these units would back up 800 paces. We'd apply the routed marker to them, and that's the end of the whole combat. It literally just took 2 seconds to select the die, roll it, and apply the consequence. Instead of saying, well, this die, now this die, and then this die, and then these guys he gets this die, and he gets this die. Okay, now click all of them, now roll all of them, now apply the result to him, to him, to him, to him, to him, to him. So what we do is we group it all, we roll 1 die, and that's it. It's a lot faster. So that's the K22 system. And that's why I think it's quite a better system. In this case, if our 4 lead units here, my first 2 versus his first 2, were even or offset by just 1 number, and I have the rules written on the dice, we just roll the 1 die. Both hold, which is an uncommon result, but it means that both sides remain engaged. Neither side falls back, so then they go for another round of combat. Okay, inferior is routed. So the one side that is designated inferior, they get routed. Now, which side is superior and what side is inferior depends on the combat value. Each block under K22 has a combat value. And you total up the sum of all the combat values of all the units that are engaged. And that determines who is superior and who is inferior. If it's a tie, if it's an absolute tie, then you simply pick one or the other. You can roll a die, flip a coin, say always red is superior, always blue is superior, whatever. And you do that. It doesn't matter though, because the odds are even on the even die. Both red and blue, or both superior and inferior, have the same odds of being routed, or winning, or losing, whatever. If you go to 4 and 5, they both fall back at 4. 5, they both hold, but the consequences are even on the even die. If you come to the advantage die, though, then it's a little different. So we go to 1, and that's bad for the superior side. Superior retreats, inferior holds. Okay, and then we go to fall back. Both fall back. So where it's 4 on the white die, it's 3 on the advantage die. Defender falls back, and then 6, 7, and 8 are pretty standard. Fall back, retreat, and rout all have different meanings, very precisely spelled out in the rules. But okay, here we go. Let's take a look. Here's an update. Okay, it looks like we've driven them back. We've pushed them the heck off. And now the only question is, do I want to continue the attack or do I want to hold? And I think I want to hold because I'm about to walk into his artillery. So, alright. So let's move all the dice off. Okay, and then let's move him up here more or less where he is. And then let's note that he has a battery up there. So we're just going to grab one of these guns, park it up here. Now this is one of those things where we have to be pretty careful. Actually, it has 2 blocks. I have an advantage on him, but if I press that advantage and that artillery goes to work on me, that could be a problem.
Hello.
Hey, Felix.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see what's happening. So you are throwing them back, taking some losses. Yeah.
Okay. I take it that artillery's going to work on me.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
go ahead.
your artillery is firing on them, but has so far not inflicted any significant damage.
My artillery's firing counter battery fire.
Yes.
Okay, that's just fine. We'll continue doing that. Okay, I'm gonna probably fall back and make use of that cut in the terrain as a defensive position because he can't come directly at me. You see that cut?
Not quite.
Well, it's the entire where the railroad is.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
They cut away part of that hill. Infantry can't cross those, or so I assume. So the routed units will reform in the town where I'll move my headquarters. And then I don't know what this guy's doing. The non-routed units will conform there, and then I'll bring up the baggage train to the town. So,
Yes.
so I'll send a screenshot. We're
Okay,
gonna
cool.
defend now. We're gonna be defending for a while.
Okay.
So, okay. All right. Anyway, we've captured what is the primary objective. So I don't see any reason in pushing on to clobber and destroy the enemy any more than I have to. So that is the end of that. So he might reform, but I doubt he's going to attack me with 2 units. So again, it's all about recovering our disruption, and then once we're recovered, then we can, we can come out. But I'm not really inclined to attack him any further. Let the artillery do all the work. All right. There we have it. Let's see what happens. This should be the end of the game, I think. We've taken the primary objective. He doesn't have anything around to retake it from me. His 2 units are inferior, and we are securing the crossings. Hopefully our cavalry unit is moving to do exactly that. So let's see what's happening. I should ask where the heck my light cavalry. All right. All right. Let's see what happens now. Come on, give us the win. It's over. I don't think Blue ever concentrated. They might be up there around Lessie. I don't know what Sam's doing. But he hasn't sent me a dispatch, and having taken the objective, I don't really want to depart. I should send him a dispatch, though. there we go. I've communicated to the commander, saying I've taken Moulin-la-Metz. I'm moving into a defensive position to hold the objective. Our cavalry division appears to be moving to secure the ferry and bridge crossings. Technically, it's a brigade, not a division, but whatever. Anyway, but whatever, right? Like they're just the same thing. They're just interchangeable, right? Close enough. Still standing by, waiting for an update. Okay, dispatch. I've routed the enemy's left flank and I will destroy their last cannon and then proceed to support you. That's from Sam. So Sam looks like he's smashed through here at Lessie, I'm assuming, and he's going to come here and take their gun. And then probably come into the enemy here from behind. I don't know what they have left. And he should be receiving my dispatch, which will indicate that we've taken the key objective and then the cavalry on their way. So and here is my latest screenshot. And I think it probably shows what I expect. Although my artillery isn't doing so hot. But otherwise, we're doing alright. So we should be recovering some disruption here. If I can recover this unit here, I can send him in along with this one on the flank, maybe even two of them on the flank. Should be able to hit them pretty hard. But I also have Sam coming in, so yeah, they need to call this one, I think.
Hello.
Hey, Felix.
Okay, so your guys have fallen back on a defensive position. The left wing of your line there is still engaging the enemy. Your artillery is exchanging counter battery fire with the enemy artillery on the hill. And you have seen that Desert Fox has been riding past to the east, in the eastern direction, with his mounted infantry.
Are there any enemies to our east that...
You can't see any, no.
And we don't hear anything? Okay. Man, we should be close to calling this one, I think.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I understand. My guns are to shift and target enemy infantry. Fire
Okay.
on enemy infantry now.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so that order is given with the assumption that Sam is going to come take that artillery out, or that artillery is going to turn. It's not going to be firing on me anymore, so let's hit his infantry. And then we should recover disruption, hopefully. There we go. Okay, so we've communicated that. No need for even a screenshot. Alright, standing by. It's mostly a recovery turn this time. Let's close that off. The big difference is now we are shifting fire to enemy infantry. That's a messy line. It's not better, is it? Well, I can fix this. That's pretty neat. That's about as neat as the lines get, right? So there you have it. Yeah, we're firing now on infantry. Hopefully recovering disruption on our units that have been disrupted. Hopefully Desert Fox, our ally, is moving on these positions here, and we'll secure them. I put all kinds of time into these games today, way more than I wanted to spend, I gotta say. I think what we do now is like that. To at least one cavalry block to hold the crossroads. And the artillery, of course. I could send the cavalry around to do that. And see what condition the cavalry's in. Disrupted, broken even. They're not going to be doing anything for a while. Okay, we're standing by. We should be getting an update soon. The umpire should be in the groove, and the turns should be processing a little faster by now. I would think that with some blue blocks apparently eliminated from the game, that also means there's less dice being thrown. So, in all, things should be snowballing to an inevitable conclusion, I would hope. I wait an inevitable word of my victory. Watch it in and I hear, oh, you lost. The win conditions in this particular battle are fairly specific. Occupy Moulin-la-Metz and the crossings. And as a consequence, it looks like we're about to do that. It looks like the blue forces are mostly up in this area, up around here. For some reason, Mont Saint Quentin is a great place, but that is not going to secure for them these positions here, which are on the lower ground. Oh man, long game. My wife is home from Target. So my wife had enough time to do a whole Target run, which usually takes her a few hours. Come home. Unbelievable. Okay, here is our next dispatch. And I have a note from Sam. The enemy has regrouped some infantry, but we need to keep up the pressure. Do everything in your power to defeat them. I sense that victory is near. And then Foxy says, having taken the ferry crossing north side of the bridge, attempting to take south side, send reinforcements. Send reinforcements? We must have opposition there. My units are not recovering to their disruption.
Hello.
Hey, Felix.
Yeah, so based on your experience with artillery commanders, you decided to ride over to the artillery and make sure that they actually fire on the infantry and stop with a counter battery.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you have done that, and they have fired, but it seems that it was ineffective.
Okay, and my infantry is not recovering disruption or anything. I've got units
The
that have been stationary for a few turns that have not recovered from their hits at all.
at the wagons, you mean?
At the wagons, and then I have one on the cut, which has also stood there. He should also
Yeah,
be
sure.
recovered from disruption. So I just check on that.
Yeah, okay. So the guys at the wagons, they are recovering. It just takes them some time.
Okay. And then I need to ride over to the far end of the town. I need to see what the heck is going on with Foxy's brigade.
Okay.
And I'll probably have some other orders. So I'll draw a screenshot.
Okay, cool.
Alright, that's what we have to do. And I guess whatever's happening over here is creating problems. But I have orders from my commander-in-chief to focus here, so I can't just go off over here and do my own thing. I don't have my cavalry element, so I don't know where they're at or what's going on with them. So I don't have them available, so I have nothing to send to help Foxy. And the problem is, if there's enemy over there, they could come in this way. This is supposed to be over and it's still not. This is much more time than I had planned to commit to this game today. So So it seems like we have issues with reports not being very clear. Attempting to take south side, send reinforcements. Suggests to me there's enemy down there, but who knows in what numbers. So, oh, I need to get this screenshot up. Here I'm sitting on it like it's going to hatch. Hmm. Still waiting. Okay, should be getting a report any minute now. And probably the issues with Foxy are the reason why we haven't resolved the battle yet.
Marshall, can you just clarify for me what your infantry is supposed to do? Like, are they moving in line or how does
Well,
that
they
look?
they march in column, yeah, until they get up that hill. Then they're going to form in line and attack.
Okay.
Once within range of the enemy, regardless of the circumstance, they should form line and fire. But
Okay,
otherwise,
cool.
all things being equal, column until they get into position, form line, and attack.
Okay.
That makes me worry there's some weirdness afoot here. That should be an obvious formation change. The captain of each battalion or whatever should just form column to march, but then within viewer sight of the enemy, they should just go into line automatically and, if necessary, fire. Hmm. Okay, still standing by.
Hello, Heinemann.
Hello.
The call for you to move your artillery worked out very well for you, by the way.
Mhm.
All right, hello everyone.
Oh,
All right.
that's interesting. Thanks for the screenshot.
Yep. So I've got. Let's see. I'm
As
using
well.
since I'm using my wife's computer since mine decided to die. I've got. I'm doing voice off my phone. So can somebody stream their
Yeah,
screen?
sure.
I appreciate it.
Can we join the table as well?
Sure.
Just
The
type
table.
in rainbow in the search bar, and then the password's rainbow all over. Yeah.
Okay. Rainbow.
All right.
All right. So ultimately, and we rolled a couple of extra bits to see if we could see how this would go. But I know we're starting to run long on the time.
Yep.
So, in the interest of not running this for another hour, what we've pretty much come up with is that Red's going to take both primary and secondary objectives. However, within the next 30 minutes, they're going to know that these guys are coming in from the north, a completely fresh division, which is Brett. I'm sorry, Brett, you actually had a marching simulator today.
Oh, that's fine.
And when they hear about that, Foxy's going to have to come back across the river because with a fresh division, they're going to have to come back across the river to defend. All told, we kind of concluded that Red could hold Malin Limets, if just barely.
Yeah.
And that's thinking hours from now. They've definitely captured the objective. And I think they could hold the primary objective. I think they'd have to give up the secondary objective in order to hold the primary. But they can hold the primary objective, period. No question.
I don't think they could hold very well against Brett forces, but as of right now, for sure.
Yeah, well, they'll have by the time Brett can get there. I mean, it'll take him. It would take him another half hour just to get his division starting to form up at Lessie. 15 minutes he reaches Lessie. 15, well, really not even a little more than that. About 25 minutes he reaches Lessie, and then he's got strung out all on the road. It'll take him So we're looking at, this is 9:15. We're probably looking at 10 by 10 o'clock or so. Brett could start making a push, and that's enough time for all of this to start reorganizing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Because Jan's done really well, but I think he's pretty much shot his bolt.
Yep. The push into Moulin was really bloody.
Yeah. And that was just bad luck on you because you pushed at the same time that Marshall pushed. For Portal, Sam,
That was such shitty luck.
Well, Sam, I would like to. Those dice have been moved since. You came chasing with your infantry, and basically got shot in the face with 24-pounder siege guns in the fort. So that infantry regiment said no and took off. And the rest of your staff grabbed you and made you take off as well, while you're calling them cowards and everything else. So this battle right here, that was basically mutual destruction.
Yep.
I want to ask, were those all guard units? Why were they so strong?
They were not guard units. They were all regulars. So you had some militia. He had all regulars that were in that fight.
Yeah.
So they were punching a bit heavier, and sometimes things go really well, and sometimes things go really poorly. This one, I was cringing at the die rolls. You're actually, and these we didn't update these for the turn because we called the turn. These guys would be back in the fight this turn. These guys would be back in the fight next turn.
Yeah. A very interesting thing happened down here at the bridge over the Moselle. Pretty much what had happened is that Jan had ordered his troops, 2 divisions of hussars, down the Maison de la Ville road across the river Moselle. And he didn't know exactly what was happening to him, but he at some point gave an order for them to fall back, back to the Maison de la Ville road or whatever the fuck it is right here. He ordered them to fall back to. And they had received that order as they were already running away from the artillery that fired at them. One of the units actually broke from that. But what happened was these hussars ran over the bridge, and they were like, "Oh fuck! All right, there are 3 units of mounted infantry over the bridge here." And pretty much what had happened is Foxy had ordered one of his units to dismount and fire, and he had ordered 2 other units of mounted infantry to I can't copy and paste. Basically just charge across the bridge, and it did not go well for them. And they managed to repel the attacks, and managed to break another one of the units when it opened up in line formation here and fight. Going forward, though, with these guys here, they would have been hit in the back and continued hitting across the bridge. They would have gone down. Maybe the Hussars would have been able to do something against it, but when they reformed, that is. But yeah, but they did make a very valiant last stand and held the bridge of Moselle for quite a while.
Am I missing a cavalry block? Did I lose a cavalry block somewhere?
You just were not meant to have it in the first place, I think.
No, that was not Marshall. They're both here. One was recovering at the wagon,
they have number 3 on them.
It just came back.
Oh, see, I thought because they had number 3 on them, they belonged to Foxy. I didn't realize.
No, that's your 3rd brigade.
Oh, well, I didn't know I had him to command. Anyway, no problem.
Yeah, actually, the only one that lost a block entirely was Sam.
Mm-hmm.
His cavalry came up across to explain, the guns up here in the fort have this very limited window where they can shoot down to Maisonneuve. So that was where random artillery fire was landing in this area for anybody who's confused. The cavalry came across this hill, and they'd already broken once and reformed. They came across this hill and immediately got shot in the face because guns could these trees are on much lower elevation, so the guns could shoot over and hit the cavalry. So that's the only actual block that was deleted. Was that everybody else? Jan took some hard hits, but
we're pretty close for these guys.
Yep.
Well, okay.
But I mean that's a question that kind of emerged during the game was, and I did discuss that with my chat. From an overall game perspective, the decision to push from Chazelle, like leaving this superior position here, which protected me from cavalry, and push it down into the open into Moulins, was the only option I had to at least slow down the enemy from reaching the bridge. So that's why I did that. Took the risk. From a tournament perspective, that was probably the wrong decision because you see how my troops are, in which shape they are. So yeah, I was a bit wondering what sort of an impact that would have in the aftermath.
As far as what damage your division actually takes moving forward.
Yeah, and if it sort of gains me anything for doing that, like for the team, so to say?
Well, for the team, that push is part of why I would say when Brett arrives, this would be a contested fight here in a few hours. In a couple of hours, be a seriously contested fight because Brett's got a fresh, relatively. I mean, he's got a lot of low quality units, but he's got a lot of them. So that fight for Malin Lemets would not be decisive yet. Speaking from a tourney perspective, I'm going to have to kind of do some math and make some decisions as far as moving forward on the damage. I've saved this game state so that I can go back and look at what everybody's taken in the losses department and figure that out. I haven't made complete decisions there because, like, we also have, for instance, where Portal had guns captured, and I have not fully decided how I'm going to play that out because that's something I should have thought about earlier. How people were going to play out captures as some sort of
question. How were they able? Did they man the guns again?
They kind of, and I say kind of. They did take a shot with the guns. It was completely ineffective, but they did take a shot with the guns. It's more of a matter of they know how artillery works, and these are pretty small, easily portable, manhandleable guns. So they basically shoved some powder and shot into it and fired them. Not going to say they fired it very well, but they did fire them.
Yeah, you might have to tally casualties inflicted versus casualties lost.
Yeah.
Because I think, whoever does the most heavy lifting in terms of inflicting casualties, that would boost veterancy, whereas casualties lost would then count against the block's size.
Oh, yeah, the casualty, which my spreadsheet is set up for both, so to kind of go behind the curtain a bit, obviously, Jan, these Grenadiers are definitely picking up a level in their veterancy. They stood and took everything that was thrown at them and never broke, and held on really well. These guys may actually take a level of veterancy because they stood for a long time before they broke. And I'm gonna kind of have to go back and review some bits and pieces as far as how I'm going to play this, and also how, because there is basically for battle participation there is a base level of you're gonna get this many points just for battle participation. Brett, you will get something, but it will not be very much because you've never actually got.
Yeah, it's understandable.
You may get a couple points tossed at you as a thanks for showing up, but you're not going to be able to go, oh great, I was technically in the battle, and therefore I get the same points as the people who fought. Yeah, nah. You'll get something for showing up, but it won't be enough to be decisive. What I'm aiming for is that players that do play will be able to recover losses and maybe make some small improvements.
Points for showing up. That's the Mussolini strategy, right?
Well, it's also the American strategy. That's functionally what has happened is the Europeans have fought each other to a standstill and the Americans are about to show up and win the day.
Do we have winners? Or how does it work? Or is it just points?
If we have somebody that earn like battle honors for the tourney would count as basically you get tossed a couple extra points. Or battle honors. Trying to think of.
So would that be me, or would it just be Marshall that gets them? Was I the best or the greatest? Heinz is just dead silent. He's like,
Well,
Marsh.
I'm looking at it. So Portal and Sam fought each other to mutual destruction. Actually, I would have said Sam came off the better, but I'm not sure. He captured units, but he took a lot. He got beat up pretty bad to do it.
I
Foxy,
still have my guns up.
yeah, Foxy captured the objective, like the secondary objective, but that becomes a subjective question on could he stand there and hold it, or would he end up having to come back across the river, which I think he would have to.
Well,
Um,
with my had I known that these number 3 blocks were actually mine, see, I had the number 3 on them in my screenshot, so I'm like, those aren't mine, those are his. Because look who's he's number 2. Anyway, I was number 1. Had I known that, I would have just sent them to his aid, of course. He was calling for
yeah,
reinforcements, but I didn't know I had him to command.
gotcha. Well, then we have achieved battlefield confusion.
Yep. You sure have.
Also, we are vanguard of the Red Army, so wouldn't the Red Army arrive sometime soon?
Yeah, that's the thing is the Red Army is supposed to arrive tomorrow, so to speak. That you're the vanguard, and they would arrive tomorrow. And their goal, and the blue is supposed to have an army also arriving tomorrow-ish in Metz. And the Red's goal, ultimately, the battlefield goal was for Red to take Milan-le-Metz in order to command the approaches to make an assault, and all the secondary objective was actually seize the river crossings. In which case, you don't have to make an assault tomorrow because your guys can march right over the bridge.
Well, we at least have the ferry for sure.
Yeah, well, you have the ferry. I wonder if they'd be able to hold the ferry given what's coming down, but that's subjective for later. That basically comes down to if Brett had gotten here an hour earlier, this whole battle would probably turn on its head with that much infantry crashing down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I find a little bit weird about battles like this is that, like, you can just have a player join and it's like, oh, here's 1,000 new forces, you know? I think it might be a better idea in the future to have dedicated reserve pools from units. So you'd have a whole bunch of red back here and a whole bunch of blue back here. And then commanders could draw reinforcements at will. If they wanted to make a major attack, they could do that, but they're going to get winded, and then the reserve pool's going to come in and fucking fuck them up. Something like that might be nice. And then that way, when players do come in, you could have commanders or umpires just go, oh, you'll be commanding this section of the reserve pool. And when you're called in by the general, you'll go in and command that section and do all your things.
Mm-hmm.
So I was supposed to hold both sides of the bridge, is that correct?
Yep, you had to. What was that?
I had to hold both sides of the bridge, correct?
Correct. You had to hold both sides of the crossing for it to be yours. So the ferry, you do own the ferry. Of course, the ferry is also basically one battalion every 15 minutes to get it across, back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So the ferry's the slow way, but you can continue to get troops across that way. I'll have to do some workups on if anybody performed in such an absolutely amazing manner that they're just going to get tossed extra points. But
well, I would say that you have to evaluate the tournament based
Yeah.
on what actually happened. You can't evaluate what would happen next. While it's fun to speculate, it's
Agreed.
still speculation.
Agreed. And evaluating on what did happen, I mean, Red accomplished its objectives.
Mhm.
It partially accomplished the secondary. Obviously, the ferry is not the preferred of the two, but it partially accomplished the secondary. and it did accomplish the primary.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
I just needed one more turn for those Hussars to get there.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Portal's going just one more turn, and suddenly the whole battle in the north changes, and so we're basically at that just one more turn, and I knew we were getting long on time, and it was turning into that just one more turn. So we rolled to see if Jan was going to be able to hold on. If he had gotten just blown out of Chazelle, then that would have been obvious a red complete victory. But since he wasn't blown out of Chazelle, it's kind of a contested victory for Milan Limets.
Well, just
There's
one
no
more
way.
turn, though, he would have been blown out. I'm joking. Just one more turn.
Yeah. Well, potentially. Well, you're kind of in that mutually assured destruction phase where
Yeah, especially with that battery there.
That
I was
battery's
expecting
there.
Sam in from the north, which is why I shifted fire off that battery to the infantry. I got a dispatch that Sam was smashing through, and then I just get one just now that, oh, it's not going to happen.
Well, and to kind of explain what happened in the north.
Yeah, it's obvious what happened.
Well,
but,
to kind of briefly, what happened in the north, Portal had set up these guns here in the fort. So they basically could shoot at things that went through this crossroads and things that came up on top of this ridge and then on top of these other ridges, kind of moving in towards the fort. Yeah. So, and those are siege guns, they're brutal. But Portal's infantry started out over here, moved up onto Mont Saint Quentin, and then he kind of set up and then moved. He'd actually made his move for play for Lessie at the exact same time that Sam did, and they both charged into each other.
Yeah.
Portal opted to withdraw out of Lessie, got pursued. His guns had moved into these woods, opened up, and it was just a mutual destruction. Every turn of this combat, both sides were having units just break and run all over the place. So
I'll say one more thing. You might want to consider calculating how many turns this took, and then the game just runs for a certain number of turns. So that you have so many moves to checkmate the opponent.
Yeah. Well, this game basically ran for 12 turns.
Okay.
Yeah. So we might run future games for 12 turns. And obviously, I'm calling it a tourney because I didn't want people to confuse it with like the red versus blue campaign, where it's a specific campaign. But I'm not aiming to like sometime in the fall we're going to run a bracket, and it's going to be down to like Jan and Yop or whatever having a fight out, just picking two names out of a hat, having a fight out as for the championship. We're not doing it in that regard. Kind of the reward for playing is that you get to play with a division that you design, and you get to experiment with things, find what works, what doesn't, and you get to, as you replace losses or do well and have the points to add on units, you get to kind of morph that division and improve it. Like right now, these divisions are extremely small. I mean, when you look at each of you, you basically had, in what a Saturday game we would say is one really good brigade, a little bit of artillery, and then one really small scouting type brigade. So
when this is over, I still expect to have a Kriegsspiel World Championship trophy. Like really tall one too, like taller than the display case behind me. So at least 6 to 8 feet tall.
I'd like my participation ribbon.
It'll be a 6-foot long ribbon. Participation.
Yeah, you know what? That is a fair point. Wait, who was the guy who was just marching the whole time? That was Brett, right?
Yeah, that's me.
You did participate very well. So
thank you.
Good one.
I won this battle.
You are all winners.
Yeah. We just another thing from a tactical or decision-making standpoint. Would you guys say I should have had defended this ridgeline here, maybe on the reverse slope, because you had the artillery superiority, obviously, but would that have made a difference? Do you
Yeah,
think?
it would have made it harder. In fact, that's what we were expecting you to do.
From a well, speaking plainly from a tactical standpoint, and I think what would have really made a big difference would have been if those siege guns had been on Mont Saint Quentin somewhere in this zone. Because when you look at those guns, they were throwing they were almost at 8 to hit Mont Nev, and they're still throwing a single die at 8. These guys would have been throwing 2 dice attacks on anything you sent down into this valley. Would have been getting 2 dice attacks with advantage. So it would have been utterly crushing. Those guns are incredibly powerful. They just have to be put in the exact right spot to be useful. What work they did was actually very good work. They ended up causing some disruption down here, and then ultimately they prevented Portal's division from getting completely overrun. So those guns being put on Mont Saint Quentin as a single thing that probably would have made a drastic change in the battle, that's going to be what I'd say one move that would have changed a lot.
I actually was planning on my next turn to start moving them there. But yeah, I didn't know they had such limited visibility.
Yeah, well, it comes down to you've got all this crazy elevation issues all over the place. So you've got such a back and forth in the elevation department. And since they're having to look over this ridge, but then so they can't see in the dead ground on the other side of that ridge. It's not that they aren't high enough to shoot it, they just can't see it.
Sure.
In the age of indirect fire, those guns would have been doing work the whole game. It was a matter of they were either in dead ground or when the massive melee of infantry and guns and everything else was happening in the woods, they knew something was going down in those woods. They just didn't know what was friendly or enemy, so they couldn't shoot at it. And ultimately, they opened fire when they could and wound up routing the last of Sam's unrouted troops. So we just kind of wind up with this massive mess.
Will I be able to keep that artillery that was captured?
That I'm gonna let me get back. I'm kind of saying let me get back to you on that because how to figure out post battle. I want to add up step losses, what people actually lost, and figure out how much I'm giving per battle. Because I don't want to throw, hey, you get 12 every battle, because then we have these massive divisions in no time, and and if somebody that hasn't played yet jumps in, they're going to get overrun instantly. So I've got to try to balance how much I give as the going rate per battle of points, vice what we have in losses, so that everybody can make their division a little bit better than it was this time, but not so much better that one person shows up. Like if Brett is involved in the next fight, if everybody gets another 12 points, then my God, any one of these divisions will just destroy his and overrun it. So let me get back to you all individually about that. I'll do that in the probably either in the Rainbow Tourney thread or in DMs. But I'm going to say that concludes the first outing for this. It's experimental. We're kind of playing with all of those. Everybody had those unique units that they had talked about wanting to try. Well, this is the chance to try them. So we're playing with that and kind of figuring it out as we go. So I appreciate everybody's patience on this because this is a little bit more complicated than a Saturday, even though it's a lot, even though the units were a lot smaller. So I appreciate everybody dealing with my first live outing as the lead umpire.
I can take them.
Thanks for
The
running.
Americans never lose.
All right. Well, thank you all. It was a good game. I look forward to the final tabulation.
Yep.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you all to everyone who watched on the YouTube.